Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, guys. This is part 2 of this watch party and all that stuff. I appreciate all y'all for being in here. It looks like these guys are getting going. I just started just in time. So, yeah, by all means, hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And, of course, we got some new merch. I'll be showing that to you guys here in a second. And, hopefully you guys are eating lunch with me or still getting your lunch. Hop on in. And we about to get crazy in these rafters, in this ride. Let's go, guys, shall we?
Case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it.
Okay. Yes. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were 2 words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule
Whoa,
was
here
that
she comes.
you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on
I'm still waiting for my lunch, but it's coming.
Available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember?
Oh, come on. Try that again.
Honey.
Sorry, guys. But welcome everybody who's coming in. Appreciate y'all. See you making sure
People that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
Well. Well, this is the redirect. I will say this really quick. So it does not mean that this is going to be for 17 hours. So hopefully they'll get what they, Team Heard will get what they need, and they'll call
I'm
them off
just
the
going to
stand.
ask you to give the record
So we can
evidence
keep moving.
of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes,
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism. So it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality. So traits. So it go in the line of cluster B rather than
Really?
narcissistic.
Oh, damn.
All
Here
right. Now
go.
we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you were asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not
Overruled.
Thank you.
So if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So Battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has so many symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by a battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustained the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think you can testify to that. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed the, in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance?
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with.
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. All right. We'll move on. You were asked about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and the number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence. And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's
No, sustain the objection. Next question.
okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one,
Boy.
what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustained.
You testified earlier
Jeez.
about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829?
Exactly. Fatal flaw. Like,
And this has
Okay.
already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
have mercy.
And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I heard the same thing, gamer.
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay. If you want.
I'm wondering what Elaine is trying to do here. I keep thinking, like, what is her sole purpose? What is she trying to accomplish by asking him about the writings on the wall? You know what I mean? This is weird. Anyway, Diana Louise on Facebook, thank you so much for the comment on Facebook. And everybody who's watching on Facebook, please be sure to hit that like button and hit that follow button, most importantly.
Dr.
Jesus
Spiegel,
guy
if
needs
you,
to grow up.
if you
Seriously,
can
it's hard
answer
enough
the
for men to
question,
speak out.
what, if
Glad
any,
for,
evidence is this
Johnny's being heard.
correlating to
Absolutely.
the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through. which there was
Objection,
back-
Your Honor.
Just the evidence
strike.
of risk factors,
All
if you
right.
can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Sandra, that's
Okay.
the kind of vibe I'm getting.
And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So,
Let's approach.
okay.
I'm thinking that maybe that's what she's trying to do, trying to show that there's maybe something deeper than just, or there's more than just physical abuse. If she can't prove the physical abuse, then maybe she can prove the psychological abuse. That could very well be a possibility. Or maybe she's just trying to back up her expert witness, her psychiatrist expert witness, in trying to find more pieces of evidence so that he can explain himself a little bit better. Because obviously when Team Depp's team went up and we're asking him a bunch of questions, he kind of was falling all over himself. So this is her trying to redirect and give him an opportunity to show that he's a little bit more credible, I guess.
So can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time?
Let's see.
Thank you. So, Dr.
Nikolai.
Siegel, if
Thank you so much for
someone
the
was
10.
taking
I
50
love you too.
milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams
Absolutely.
of Seroquel,
Wasting time.
and 50 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 all in one day,
They're wasting time.
how would that impact them?
They're absolutely wasting time.
So obviously this is not for sleep.
Yeah,
because
still this
I'm
guy.
Presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose. As I say, with substance use disorder, they're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults.
Thank you,
and
Jamie.
children, for that matter.
Thank you, Jamie Santana. Thank you so much.
The combination makes very little sense at all to me.
Right. And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again.
Neuron.
4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Hit that like button,
Again,
guys.
you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down.
Hit that like
That's
button.
all this regimen is about.
And definitely hit that subscribe button.
Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I
All
also,
right.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090. It's already into evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle, can you pull up 1095, please? And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance,
Okay.
legal or illegal, or illegal.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted. And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you
let him
recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes,
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay. But you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
severe substance use disorder.
All right. Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All
Bye.
right, thank you. So you can have a seat in the courtroom,
Bye.
or you're free to go. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, your
Bye-bye.
next witness.
Bye-bye.
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine
Jesus.
Arnold.
Freaking. Who's Catherine Arnold? Is she another doctor? God, man. Come on. Who this? Thank you, Sandy, the sassy queen. Yeah, I heard that as well. That it wasn't him on a nod. He was just tired and was asleep.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank
so
you.
who this?
Will you please state
Who
your
this
name
now?
for the record?
This better be good.
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
The Krabby.
I am a entertainment industry consultant and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your
get
educational
paid.
background?
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in
That's
New
so
York
true,
called the
DeKevin.
Maltese Company, which
Krevy.
actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo. And we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals. And so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business is very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right. Any objection? All right. So moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set in his personal life and in his professional life start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you. In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem for on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can go, I mean.
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad, and I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about the Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
Boy. Doggy. The plot thickens, y'all. The plot Thickens for show. Oh, golly. Oh, my gosh. Hold on, guys. Sorry. I'm all tangled up here. Oh. What the heck is going on? Yeah, so what are we thinking so far? Credible witness or no? I think it's a little bit, she's laying or basing everything off of Tracy Jacobs' stuff, off of Tracy Jacobs' testimony. That's just my personal opinion. Clearly, Tracy was not for Johnny Depp. So I feel like this is a little bit of the, little bit on that side of things. But I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of hungry.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about
Shout out to
whether
Amber, her
the
outfit.
Pirates of the Caribbean
She got me
franchise
hungry.
would be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Thanks.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say—
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public. And then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be? Would that, would it refresh your
It was in the spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article. So it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
as I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6?
I haven't had KFC in a
and how
long
that
time.
impacted?
It's fired though.
Well,
I forgot.
Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited to November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection legal conclusion.
I
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can't say it's hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
The Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay.
And evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Okay. Now, What impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay.
the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, so the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior. So he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And that's no longer the case. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
So she's trying to spin this. Very interesting. She's trying to spin this y'all. She's going, oh, no, none of all that stuff. None of the stuff that happened to him didn't happen the way that they have been mapping it out. They're making it seem like he was doing just fine after.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he
where's these
clearly
Q
has a strong fan
Where are
base.
these scores?
In your opinion, what or who has
They
caused
bring
the
out-
damage, if
they
there
bring
is
out-
any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation
Bring out
between
diagrams
December
and
18,
bar graphs and
2018
everything.
and November
Where's-
2, 2020?
Where's the
Objection,
proof then?
speculation.
You say
Over-
Q
over.
scores.
Mr.
Where are
Depp.
they at?
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp. And those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie. And then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer. And
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity. And there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, here come.
Okay. Now, I see what they're trying to do here, but for me, it's not entirely working. Because how could you sit here and say that all the negative press was, happened from the comments and stuff, all the backlash from this whole, Johnny Depp rebuttaling? For me, it doesn't work. But obviously, you could tell that this whole thing is extremely it's extremely biased, man. It's extremely biased. And I don't think it's a fair assessment either. I really don't.
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
The fan base was very energized by the Depp Wald Depp,
Yeah, let me
is
just
it
ask.
Depp Waldman? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I
There's a lot
call-
in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with was L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
Okay. And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both, maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that the consumer can get beyond it and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful. And it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will.
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain you.
Don't say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh,
please.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the
that's, Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain as to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything, would also suggest with respect to Aquaman 2 that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection,
I think,
hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on it.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And and did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2 is going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract, but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple of things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's 2 things. When 2 actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of the 2 of them together standing proud and strong, right? Being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right. And then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, 2 things happened. One, the costume designer said, "I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished." And
Objection,
2,
hearsay.
Sustained.
All right.
I'm
Go ahead
sorry.
with the second
Okay.
one. That's
And
all right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the 3rd act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet
Okay.
specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right. And when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that have strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show. And they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story. And they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
I mean, she's here for her.
Very, very important on two levels. One,
she's doing her
bring
job,
a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her.
I couldn't agree more,
So they
Gina.
no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer
It's not
had
gonna
to
change
do
anything.
public events for the product. And basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
LaMarcus. Yep.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal
Blah,
in any
blah,
way
blah.
with L'Oreal?
Yakety schmackety.
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work. So she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now,
Get
did
out
you
of here.
assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project,
Looking like Colonel
and
Sanders
then
up in this
it
bitch
stopped.
naive.
right? So her work
I
stopped.
said,
And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects
That'd be
to
hilarious
the big
if she
movie
was.
projects. And I looked at those actors and I then saw after they had their stars born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
hit
And
that
why
like
did
button,
you use
y'all.
that method of analysis?
Hit that like
It's a
button,
very
y'all.
common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what
Hit
we call
that like
comps. I
button.
think Ms. Kovacevic
Hit that
even used
subscribe
that
button
word
as well.
comp.
Thank you.
So with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Ms. Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for
No.
purposes of measurement?
They're not
Well, absolutely
identical.
not. I mean, no
You're
two
talking about-
actors are identical.
you're talking
can
about
look
Gal
at that
Gadot.
within a range of
Come on.
characteristics and
It's Amber
work
Heard and Gal
history,
Gadot.
management
Two
team, and so
drastically
forth.
different people.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya.
Totally two
Did you
drastic
review
different
Mr. Banya's
characters.
Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals box office success with a particular film, you look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand. the question.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
Unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
Because she wrote an op-ed
So
that
what
she
did
shouldn't
your
have written.
analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses,
lied.
but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, you know, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film, and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, you know, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, anywhere from
I got an
5,
endorsement
6,
for her.
7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated
And what would
with.
that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it
Monies.
was $1.5 million for
1.5.
L'Oreal for a 2-year contract,
1.5, 1.5,
and let's give
1.5.
her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors,
I'm not gonna
especially the ladies,
interrupt
have gotten,
Her
then
talking
you're
numbers.
looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one
But I got
period.
something for
We're
her.
looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years.
She can
And
always
again,
do
as I
that.
said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate
New
her career
merch.
if she can. So we have
Check
to
it
look
out
at it as
sometime.
a period of a minimum of 5 years.
Link is
So
down
when
below.
I say $8 million,
That design
for
is available
endorsement
right now
contracts,
as we
it would have
speak,
been
guys.
over time.
Live and in color. So go over to my
What if any
merch
losses
store
relating to production or film
and
activities?
check it out.
Well, again, these
Shout
other
out to
actors
Letter
that
Hack.
we looked at, and
The
it's
Letter
a wide
Hack.
range of them. Some of them
He
did
made
bigger
that
films,
possible.
and some of them did
I'm putting it again
gigantic
right
films.
here.
But it is very
It's in my merch
reasonable
store.
to assume that once
check
you
it out.
are in an Aquaman style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very
I'd like to know
reasonable
that too,
consider
Zoe.
that she would have been in
Has
at
she heard
least
it yet?
one film a year
That's what
at
I'd
a
like to know.
minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at
Thank
a
you,
minimum
Tamara.
of $4 million a year without any
Link
negotiation, which
is
probably
pinned
would
to
have
the top
happened,
of
but
the
let's just
chat
say that
on
baseline,
YouTube.
that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
Jeez Louise.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's
Follow
earning
me on
power
Twitter,
over
the
time?
Pascal Show, one word. I put that
That
design
it
up
would
on there
continue to
too.
rise. It's customary
Again,
in the
shout out to
industry,
the Letter
as I
Hack
talked about earlier, that the negotiations,
for making that possible.
especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any
It's on,
ability to foresee in the future.
it's
that I
on the
already know
merch
She
store.
got negotiated for $4 million. For
It's
Aquaman
officially in
3.
the merch
So
store
we'll
right
use
now,
that as a
live as we
baseline
speak.
Minimum, but it very well would
Go
have
on,
gone
get you
up
some.
had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the
Ma,
losses
yes, you
are
can.
estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
You can definitely do that.
Right. So again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right,
Okay.
let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, sit down.
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
Jesus
I'm sorry.
Christ.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I
Jesus
appreciate it.
Christ on a cracker. Okay. Well, that's
The minor court is still in session. please.
only half. So we got a cross, and I'm looking forward to the cross. Let me just tell you that. I am very much looking forward to the cross. Okay. Holy cow. We just sat there talking about numbers,
All
and
right.
then,
So let's
you gotta
come
be
back at
kidding
4
me.
o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you.
4
Aaron.
o'clock.
yep, 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock my time. So 15 minutes. Here we go. 15 mother-loving minutes. Okay. First off, let me just say this really quick. I'm not feeling that woman. I wasn't feeling it. Clearly she's there to tell her, she's there. Team Heard brought her on to speak on behalf of Heard and what she's losing and all that. But let me say this, and I'm going to keep saying this till I'm blue in the damn face, y'all. None of this would happen. None of this stuff. Her loss of her monies, her L'Oreal contract being on hold, all that stuff, all the negative press, all the stuff that she's been receiving, all the negative press and all the negativity and all the things that are being on hold and her only being in 10 minutes of Aquaman, whether it's because of chemistry, lack of chemistry with Jason Momoa or not. All of this would not be possible, would not even exist if she didn't write that op-ed. Amen. Pass down the fried chicken. There's no reason for her to sit here and literally bring in all these mother-loving people and say, oh, no, all this stuff has happened because of Waldman and Johnny Depp's words about me on Twitter and social media. No. Everything, every last little thing that came out is because she wrote an op-ed and she was caught with multiple lies. She dished out a buttload of lies. That's the reason why she is caught with all this negativity and all this backlash. This has nothing, I want to repeat it again, nothing to do with Waldman and Johnny Depp going on social media and going, whether it is he said, she said, whether it is, it's like a little bird told me, rumor has it. You wrote that op-ed. Everything else came afterwards. And then there are other channels. First off, DeCrevy, thank you so much for the €5. Now I'm forgetting. The €5. Thank you so much for the €5. But here it is. None of this negativity, none of this BS would be possibly happening right now. Yo, this trial that we're watching, which is basically the celebrity trial of the year, all right, would not be possible if she didn't go and write that op-ed, or at least stand over and give somebody the thumbs up as they write the op-ed for her or something. I don't know how it is, but she gave it the thumbs up. She didn't write the title of the op-ed, but she wrote everything else inside of it. Remember, I'm just going to blame it on Boo for the title. She just ran across the keyboard, hit all the QWERTYs, and wrote out the title of the op-ed. But other than that, everything else is penned by her. None of this would be possible without her writing that op-ed. All this BS, the stories that we've heard so far of the fingers getting chopped up and the fight on the stairs and all this BS would not happen if she didn't write that op-ed. Just saying. It's not like this stuff came out afterwards. It's not like this came out whether or not she was going to talk or write this op-ed or not. This stuff came out because Johnny Depp, his life and his career has been put on the chopping block, the cancel chopping block for the court of public opinion to just basically do a public quartering of Johnny Depp. And that's exactly what bloody happened to Johnny Depp. Not only did she take his finger, I said in the last live I did a second ago about Kate Moss, going to be on live on Wednesday. Not only did she take his fingertip, she took his career. She took his money. And in all corniness aside, she took his faith in love, his faith in other people. Shoot, he was ran through. She and all of her friends used the hell out of that man. They literally took him for everything he had. And then as soon as they got done with him, they discarded him like a used Kleenex. That's messed up. Then, to add insult to injury, she writes an op-ed. And what does he do? He's upset. He's crushed. He's offended. He has a lawyer that's just as angry as he is, going, how dare she do this? So he starts putting out some truths. Then, you can't forget all the people that are out here that actually do care about justice, whether they like Johnny Depp's work or not. Just people who are sitting here going, no, something ain't right. The math ain't mathing with this story. The way it's shaped, the way it's being presented, she's making it seem like such a way, yet there's video, there's audio, there's photos, there's all kinds of footage out here showing a different narrative. And yet she's able to go and act like she's swimming in a ocean with Jason Momoa. I can't even talk now. That makes no sense. So of course there's going to be a rebuttal. Of course there's going to be a little pushback when you make some accusations about someone that doesn't even actually exist. Allegedly. So I'm not with this, y'all. And I'm not with this woman who's coming up trying to say, oh, this, that, and the third, and therefore because of this and this op-ed and or not this op-ed, but the stuff that the lawyer wrote out here and put out to the to media, Amber's career was ruined. No, Amber's career was ruined when she's decided to lie and then continue to fabricate and make more lies. And then when the truth does come out, where there's audio and video and photos, she goes out of her way to add more lies to it. This is on her. Solely her. And I hope to the sweet baby Jesus that the jury sees through this stuff. I hope that they're hearing this is going in one ear and out the other, because I'm serious. I wouldn't even have time for this at this point. At this point, it doesn't work for me. At this point, it ain't working for me. Berenice, thank you so much. I hope Amber's team run out of hours soon. They're putting everyone to sleep. Guys, don't forget to hit the like button too. Thank you so much, Berenice, and thank you so much for, I agree. They're just running the clock at this point. And I get it that they're trying to prove that because of the stuff that was put out on the internet and social media, that from Waldman and Where's Waldo and Johnny D, that because of that she's not working or anything like that. Let me tell you something about this real quick. First off, Berenice, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Let me tell you something about this real quick, okay? L'Oreal is putting her on hold for one specific reason. They don't know who to believe. So they're holding out. They're trying to see what's good. They want to see what's Gucci before they actually dive all the way in and say, hey, Amber, you gorgeous lady, la, la, la. I don't think she's cute, but you know what I'm saying. You're beautiful, blah, blah, blah. Or you be the perfect face for L'Oreal. We cannot wait to do work with you. But here it is, though. We kind of have to do a pause on all this stuff because we don't know if you're telling the truth or not. We don't know if you're telling the truth. And they don't want to be on they don't want to be on the wrong side of the opinion. They don't want to be on the wrong side, because if they go and they're behind Amber Heard and then they find out all this stuff that came out, when they find out all this stuff, all this stuff that's being laid out in front of us right now, if they stayed on her side this entire time, man, do you know how many people who'd be sitting here going, we're boycotting L'Oreal? They can at least say, we put her on hold, y'all. We didn't know what to do yet. But now that we see what's going on, contract is over. Over, baby. It's a wrap. I guarantee you it's a wrap. There's no way somebody who's watching, any representative of L'Oreal is watching this. There's no way somebody's going, well, maybe there's some truth in there. No, there's not. There's none. So if anyone's out here trying to believe this ish, yo, you never underestimate the power of denial. I will tell you that. Man. So yes, with that being said, There's just no way. So I understand. Aquaman, that's another thing, which I'm going to pull up the results so far of this petition real quick, because we need to hear about that. We need to see about that. The updates, because real talk, that thing was skyrocketing over the weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised. Oh my God. Let's take a look at this, y'all. Wow. That is at 4.3 million signatures. It is quickly, before Wednesday, it'll be at 4.5. It'll be at 4.5 in no time, baby. Damn. That's insane, y'all. That's insane. But it keeps growing. Why? Because the truth is coming out. More and more people are seeing the lies. More and more people are seeing the truth and realizing that what she's doing, what she did, is wrong. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for me because, I was one of the first, or not the first, but I was one of those people that was literally believing her right off the bat when she said her story, because that's how we are. Innately, human nature, how we are with this whole movement. We are quick to go, man, that sucks that happened to you, girl. That's so terrible. So on, if he did what? How dare he? Kind of thing. But then when you start seeing all the facts coming out, all the footage coming out, all the audio, you start to go, wait a second, this is different. This is a different scenario. She exploited the Me Too movement for her own financial and her own celebrity gain. And in the meantime, destroyed this man's life and his finger. His middle finger, y'all. Can you believe that, Ish? It's insane. So, and man, I got so much I want to show you guys that I'm kind of holding back on, because I want to hold on some things. I want to show it to you guys later on tonight. There's body cam footage of them going inside the house. Nothing is going on inside that house. Nothing. Like nothing, y'all, is going on inside that house. See, I don't blame Christian Dior. I'm wearing Sauvage right now as we speak because I'm sexy. But at the same time, I don't blame Christian Dior for not dropping Johnny Depp as one of their faces of their cologne, of Sauvage. I don't blame them, because they probably heard all the facts and they were like, yo, something ain't right here. Something ain't right. And until we see otherwise, Johnny, we still got your back. And who knows how Amber Heard is like behind closed doors, outside of Johnny Depp, how she treats other people, how she conducts herself in public, given the fact that she's a movie star. She might have that diva-esque je ne sais quoi that she just brings around with her all day long. Maybe she truly is just straight up evil in front of other people. And maybe that's been circulating and, going through the grapevine, you know what I'm saying? To the point where everybody's like, you know what? Nah, man, we're going to hold you. We're going to put you on hold. Okay? We're going to find out the truth first before we start going all up in this and say, yes, we're in bed with Amber Heard. Guarantee you before this week, or by Friday, there will be a cancellation of her contract, or they will release her. She will have that money, her $1.5 million, as that woman keeps on saying over and over and over and over again. But she's going to have to kick rocks. That woman's career is over. Long story short, that woman's career is over. Period. All right? Period. But anyway, I got a super chat. I'm going to grab this really quick. Do not forget to hit that like button down below. We're still in this. We got 2 more minutes till we're supposed to be back in the courtroom again. So hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hey, hit that join button down below if you don't mind. You know what I'm saying? Also, I have my Patreon. Join my Patreon, patreon.com/thepascalshow. Okay. Now, let me get this super chat. It just disappeared on me. Hold up. DeCrevi, thank you so much for the 10 euros. I really do appreciate it. AH's lawyers wasted their time as previous agents confirmed that JG never fired for being late. Never fired for being late for roles. He only lost roles after op-ed, and hopefully jury recalls that. Absolutely, that is very true as well. There's so much BS that's going on in this piece with this lady that I'm just, I mean, I'm not here for it, but hey, it is what it is. Real quick, guys, I want to show this to you because we got like a few more minutes before we get cracking. I got some merch. I wanted to show you guys real quick some of the prints of the merch. Shout out to my boy, the Letter Hack. He came up with this brilliant stuff. This is the most recent one we just put up today. All right, check it out. Here's another one here.
Sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury?
And the jury's coming in, and we got this one too. Well, this is one of my favorites. I think this one's hilarious. All right. So all three of these bad boys are available right now as we speak. Go up to the thing. Go to the link that is pinned to the top of the chat right now as we speak, and buy yourself some merch, hoodie, t-shirt, whatever, you name it. We got it all over there. So please help support the show. Buy some fun merch. Limited time only, and let's get to this craziness, shall we? As the jury starts to walk in, don't forget to hit that subscribe button too, guys, and hit that like button. Get it past 1K. Get it past 1,000 likes for me, really quick. I'm out here doing this for y'all and going through this stuff with y'all.
Right,
Every question,
right, cross-examination,
bit by bit. Oh my God, here comes the cross. This should be good.
Good afternoon, Miss Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
So you repeatedly testified about what you were asked as the Depp Waldman statements. You don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements?
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
okay.
Good idea, CLH. He's like, yo, man, I just got started. The hell's wrong with you? Damn, let him do his thing. Let him peacock. You know what I'm saying? Let him spread his wings and fly. Okay? Damn. He just got started. Like they are fighting a losing battle, y'all. Let me just tell you that. They're literally fighting a losing battle so far. No bombshells have really dropped. I'm still waiting for that. Sorry. I mean, man. Elaine is Elaine is nervous. I get it. She's straight up nervous about this ish. I get it. Nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. Nothing wrong with that, baby. But come on, let the man speak.
All right. And I understand that you're testifying as
Jack
a damages
Nicholson.
expert.
You can't handle the
wear
truth.
two hats, talking both about
Let's go.
Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the
Copy
Waldman
and paste
statements.
to Jamarcus. I'm not going to be
That's
able
what
to
I was tasked
scroll all
with,
the way
yes.
back.
Right. The mere fact
Just copy
that
and
there were
paste. I'll keep an eye out
activities
for it.
after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
Well, all right, that's an interesting
I
thing.
most definitely
the
can.
witness this morning actually described
I'll fix that
the notion of what's correlation and what's causation.
right now.
And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame under, between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to. And I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Amber Turd.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing. So there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media
I'm going to
campaign.
object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Oh boy. Oh my gosh. It's interesting because did you see the look on Amber Heard's face? It looked like she was kind of enjoying him stuttering a little bit. But this lawyer is not going to let up. Team Depp is not going to let up here. He's going to sit there and try to find every nook and cranny to prove otherwise. Excuse me. Because I think he's still trying to, and I see what you're saying. Where did that go? He struggles to talk. He's not fluid in his speech. Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out a way to say what he needs to say, so that it's not going to be hit with an objection or thrown down. But you saw the look on Amber's face. Amber definitely was like, "Oh, look at him! Oh, we got him! We got him! Look at him stutter!" But let him get warmed up. This is some weird-ish.
All right. So I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the three statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that there's
that's
just
okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out.
But there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So
But
most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years. Yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Get out of here. That's the op-ed.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that
oh my God.
There were
all right, bad girl.
a number of
It's officially up and ready.
persons that
Here's the
you
link.
described
All right,
as
bad girl.
comparable
For the tank tops. Bye
in
out.
order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no
Okay.
idea.
You would agree with me that
We got
that
here.
is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it,
Have mercy.
it was reported.
Yeah. It certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
Done.
You couldn't do it.
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frames are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at. Yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99.
I forgot about that.
44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
Right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate Atlantis.
He was like 9.
He was on that. Many episodes.
He was a baby,
right?
wasn't he?
Did you know that?
Could have sworn he was a baby.
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
He did. I
In
forgot
TV or
about
film?
Film.
Film.
Okay.
Trash.
I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized. So
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career.
Thank you. He's making a good point here, though.
Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV.
Yes.
For a period of 3 years, correct?
yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And
What was Amber Heard doing?
he's Aquaman, right?
Yes,
Never
he
back
is.
down.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean
know?
Justice League and other things like that? Yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No,
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
not that I know of. No.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Yes.
Correct.
Damn.
And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie, right?
Yes.
He's
That's
one of the most
good point,
heroic
Jamarcus.
characters
Good point.
in the recent Dune blockbuster,
So you tell me,
Which happened post Aquaman.
right?
yeah. But
In
still, he's a movie star.
Likely his character.
He's not the lead though.
And he's
No.
very,
Dune, no,
very
he's not the lead.
ridiculously
Did you ever
good
read
looking.
Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
I know, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
That might
We're just talking about that one movie.
That
So
might be
that's
a bit of a spoiler.
Oh man, dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure. No.
Okay.
Dude. Dune
But
was
that's
amazing,
not
by the way.
career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did what? 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45 million.
I said I don't follow his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
I know, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character. And there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, she was.
Excuse me, I
Before
honestly
she became-
don't remember her
I mean,
being
come
that as
on.
one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on a resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
F
Not
no.
yet.
No.
No, and she wouldn't.
And
Get out of here.
Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
And
Person so famous she goes by one name.
and yes.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
Oh, and she's ridiculously
She's been on the
talented.
Disney Channel since
Have
she's
you
13
seen
years old.
Euphoria?
Right.
Come on now.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
She's
Yes, she did.
freaking
Right.
talented as hell.
She was singing and dancing and swinging from trapezes in The
Yeah.
Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This dude is
She's
telling
now
you.
been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
He's saying Amber is a talentless hack. That's literally
Yes.
what he's saying.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Wow.
Right.
Wow. He is
But this
ripping
the
her
person that
apart.
You deemed a comparable.
Well,
Bruh.
as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within
Oh.
10 years, as you've
Oh my
noted
God.
to me. Thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparables. They're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie,
Oh my
then in
God.
others, or the one they were in. And then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she
Where
may
it
not have
should
been
have
at
gone?
the stature of a
Where
Zendaya
it should have
at that
gone?
time, you can still look at it as a comparable
You can't
trajectory of what happens when you're
compare
in a blockbuster movie.
Amber Heard
It's just a reference point.
to
It's not meant to
Zendaya.
be identical. They're not meant to be
Period.
the same people, or not even have the exact same career.
Nah,
It's meant to be
homie.
a reference point.
It's a
Simple
no
as
for me,
that.
dog. It's a no for
So
me,
far,
dog.
everybody
No.
we've looked at
Gal
have been
Gadot.
in more blockbuster movies
outta here.
than Ms. Heard.
But Ms.
Shut
Heard was
up.
also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the
Get
light
outta
that
here.
shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that
In the
DC
DC
Comics is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So that light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Exactly.
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range, but they
No.
weren't all going to have a meteoric
Come
rise. Some
on.
of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that
Star
I
is
gave
born,
you
if
do
you
not
will.
represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that
1.5
actually
million.
go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I
Get
based
outta
those
here.
calculations on very specific
Oh.
numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to
She was
stay within
Mira?
reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms.
serious?
Heard and just move
Aquaman.
out forward on one film a
Come
year,
on.
maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went
Exactly.
from 1 million to 2 million to 4
Exactly,
million.
Sandy.
Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million.
She
correct?
said a star is
Incorrect.
born.
All right.
In the
Get outta
Aquaman,
here.
it's actually the Justice League contract
No.
because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid 1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it
Finish
was
this
written
woman.
that she was going to earn 2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get
Thank
4
you.
million. So it actually was a
Ooh.
contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right. But the movie has
Great example, Lady Justice.
Aquaman 2 hasn't
Elizabeth
even come out
Olsen.
yet. So the
Shannon-
third one is still on deck,
She ain't a
as they say.
superstar, but she's known.
Okay. Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
Everything in 1 point.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's
the
in the movie.
right. But if Aquaman
This is
2 does
hilarious.
even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
Ain't nobody trying to give her no
If the movie makes
$4 million.
$795 million.
For Mira?
You
Come
think
on,
there's
man.
likely to be a next one?
Hell to the no.
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or
This
do we
is-
need
A
to change it?
studio
or stop
like
it?
Disney
Amazing.
wants to walk
I
away
told you
from
he
an
was just getting warmed up.
$800 million payday.
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into
Hit that like
context to
button.
the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs of not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right.
Hit that like button, y'all. Hit
She,
that subscribe button too.
Most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
Told you this lawyer was just getting warmed up. Told you.
But I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet, to be
Okay.
honest.
Deep water?
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, hoped. But then she wrote an op-ed.
And she said that her breakout role was Blade Runner.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what
She was
role she
basically
played, but she was
a
in that movie.
glorified
And from
sex
that,
doll.
her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
She was a
You have
glorified
no
sex
knowledge
doll.
that her principal role in that movie was it's a gigantic naked billboard?
I mean, that's one of them. But she's
Are
a
you saying that's the
glorified
only
sex
thing
doll.
she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She
I
was
said
in the
that's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was, I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
Affleck.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times.
True.
You know that role?
She swallows
Batman?
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Batman.
sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Christian Bale was Batman.
Are they kind of
I
flirting?
think he was, you're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
I
Definitely.
feel like there's
Yeah.
a little bit of flirtation going on, but that's just me.
I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean it, you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So
That's true. Frances S.
now,
She
let's
got a
look-
meal ticket for life because
Honor to
she got
honest.
Elon's baby.
she's
so
like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also
Yes.
in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
she was good in Knives Out. That's
All
the
right.
difference. She has talent.
The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you didn't
With
know that
characters.
Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
And Chris
I
Pine.
hate to say I'm a Star Trek fan.
Chris Pine is a
But
damn
you
good
used
actor too.
Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film.
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
In fact, he was the most
we
prominent
can
person
go
in the
over,
movie.
we can go over this a couple more times and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic
Ma'am, I think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek,
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Much longer career than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah.
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Heard.
All right. So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
So you get two title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies or franchise movies or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to
What the hell? Come on back. Come on back.
One of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Heard.
again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful. And with Ms. Heard, she had good reviews. So that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
All right. With respect to your comparable actors,
they're not comparable.
You have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You
then
have
speak on it.
personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
He's
And
the
you derived
lead.
that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
He's
Yes.
the title
He didn't
character.
tell you.
What the hell are you talking
His agent
about?
did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no, you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well. So they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible?
Right.
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually try to get the most money as possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on. So they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah. And you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information.
No.
Okay. In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right,
agency.
but I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
All right. So the salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her? What?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was conversation.
Isn't the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
She swallows so hard. I wonder how much they're paying her, though, too.
Have you talked to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation was a senior executive.
Dan, do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Yeah. Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
Again, I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Ms. Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not
So I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
Yeah. You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Again, I don't
remember. That's
I don't
okay.
I don't recall that testimony. No.
Almost looked like she checked out there for a second.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So,
you know, there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes, there always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right. And everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right.
Oh boy.
What
Aquaman.
movies would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents. And so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those three
But
that I read about.
those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and
But you're
given her fame from
projecting
Aquaman, she would have that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and they put her back in. And then there, can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but.
So when you say they're going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not, I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. Or if they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the movie's successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally?
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson.
The villain.
I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr.
He
Wilson.
plays the villain.
Do you know
In
if he
Aquaman.
appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip from the movie.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada? We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the 2 title characters in the DC universe?
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their
Contracts?
fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right. Again,
True.
Focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
All right.
Continue,
I'm sorry?
continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30
All
day.
right. Perfect. All right.
Every day is 5:30 day.
You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal,
Yes.
and that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all that. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made, do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Right. Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do. And again, Mr. Momoa got that. So that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
Yeah. And Soon the Darkness, that's her other production credit, right?
If you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you, yes.
2010?
Okay.
12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie, because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million. So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Ms. Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as this, a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right. But I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should have, yes.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right.
I never saw it. Anybody
but
else see The Stand? Was it good?
Outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained
what I'd
only
like to know.
one movie role since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on the next movie, and they understand her production schedule. So she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So from when was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2019.
How many months between December 2018
Oh my God.
and the
If
Waldman
I gave
statement
5 people
went by?
5 apples and only gave you 4,
Oh,
how, is this a word come on, man.
12,
Jesus.
15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Come on, man.
She got one role during that
We got 30
15 or
minutes,
16-month period
20 minutes left of this BS.
during the entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand,
Right.
and then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But then
But
she
she
wrote
didn't
an
get a
op-ed.
role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand,
Right. She got one TV role.
a pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different timeframes. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me. We'd have to look at the actual filming dates of The Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
There. Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who
Another actress.
she is.
She's an actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is.
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Wasn't she in
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay. Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who starred in that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget. It can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film.
Yeah.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right. What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones.
didn't miss much,
You always
Paul.
have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media.
Sweet
campaign
Indigo.
Is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
I'm at the point where I have no clue anymore because he
Okay.
made some good points at the very beginning, and now I'm just
Do you know
lost.
whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's
I'm trying to
chart?
figure out what his point is here, too.
I don't remember.
This issue getting old, baby. This shit is getting old.
You talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements.
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what his said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
As
scores.
I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6th pirate movie?
There has been no 6th pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney.
I actually put a call into somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a 6th pirate movie.
Well, as I said, there is no 6th pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other 2 agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a
Exactly,
portion
Judy.
of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
It related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When was the last time you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
Oh my
Redirect.
God.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30.
Great. Have
Ms. Arnold, you were asked
mercy.
a number of questions about
Dr.
the
Ed,
different
oh.
social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminian. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that, those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection hearsay.
I'm asking now, she's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films, certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection, foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor. That's
the foundation.
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation.
I'm asking
I'm
here.
sorry, that's what I thought I was asking.
I'm
Do
asking
you
the
know
foundation
whether
here.
that plays any role, the degree of
Lord.
success?
Customarily when a film,
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
In 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and $1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is?
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any
Move to
one?
strike.
Pause, sustain the objection,
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay.
She said
In
poop.
your review of the social media
She
campaigns
said
and the
poop.
negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statement.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't turd. It wasn't poop. It was excrement.
You were asked about the time period between the
Fecal matter.
defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and,
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1
okay,
and the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard
Hit that
about
like button.
scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Hit that like
Objection,
button,
per
yo.
se.
Hit that
Do you
like
know?
button.
I'm asking her whether you know.
If you-
Hit that subscribe
sustain
button
it as
too.
a
Don't
hearsay.
forget.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm
I was
asking
going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right. How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay.
What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay. And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
It's a wrap. Bye.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm still
sorry.
thinking.
Okay, you still are.
I mean, it's a
Thank you.
wrap. It's over now, right? Ain't
All right,
it
ladies and
over?
gentlemen, let's come to the end of
Yeah,
our day.
I was
All
about to
right,
say. Oh
so
my
please do not do
God.
any outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, all right? Okay, thank you.
She's like, is it over yet? Please tell me it's over. Hamburger, y'all. Hamburger. Oh my good golly, Miss Molly. All right. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, just a few planning notes, okay?
Oh my God.
After testimony tomorrow, and we've excused the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record,
More than
okay?
enough time.
All right,
to
and then whenever
do.
all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as time's up to this minute,
Let's
the
go.
plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes.
Damn.
Which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay?
So
that's
tomorrow,
where we're at.
Team
All right,
Heard
anything
needs to
else
wrap
for
it
this
up.
evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witnesses?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know.
was
Are you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure.
We're discussing.
Okay.
So he may or may
Decision
not
morning,
go
okay?
onto the stand.
All right, everybody have a good evening.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So Johnny Depp may or may not go on the stand now. That's not officially, they have not officially made a decision yet. Or at least the plaintiffs, Team Heard, have not, or sorry, the defendants, Team Heard, have not said so. They have not made a decision whether or not they're going to be bringing on Johnny Depp or not. They only have a little over 4 hours, and that's it. And then thank God we don't have to watch that monstrosity anymore. Team Depp has plenty of time. They got several hours on their, they got 14 some odd hours, 14 hours and 30 something minutes or something crazy like that. So they got some more time on their hands. But this was just this was a very interesting day. It wasn't boring until the very, very end. There were certain moments that were really boring in the other with the doctor, the psychiatrist that came on with his weird tics and stuff like that. We got Colonel Sanders here having a good old time. We got Smeagol up there looking like a hawk, like an eagle. Smeagol looking like an eagle up there. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a boring day. It's always nice to see when expert witnesses come on and they just crash and bloody burn. When they crash and burn that hard, it just makes your heart warm. It just warms your heart a little bit, y'all. Let me just tell you that. Okay. So, well, there's that. So that was today. That was today. Now here's the thing. I gotta ask a question for y'all, to y'all. And maybe you guys can make this make sense for me. And I just tweeted this, so I'm gonna say this again. Follow me on Twitter, por favor. Okay. Been using Twitter a lot more recently. I'm gonna continue to do so. So please follow me on Twitter. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, subscribe to this channel. It'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're covering a lot of things on this channel other than just the Depp Heard trial, but this is the focus of this week because this is the final week and then it's over and then we'll be back to our regularly scheduled program. So here's the thing, guys. And I just put this out on a tweet. Okay. I just put this out on a tweet. I put it on the twits. So I'm gonna show it to you guys here because to me, I'm just trying. I'm really trying. I'm trying my hardest to understand this stuff. I really am. And there's something about this that just doesn't work for me. Let me pull this up right quick. Just put this on twits. So I wanted to have you guys see this with me because there's something about this that lady that woman that just isn't hitting right for me. She just isn't hitting it right for me personally. And so here it is. Okay. Here's the question. How is it possible to get paid big bucks to be, sorry, that's a typo, but to be an expert in the movie industry, but know nothing about the movie industry and the actors that are in huge blockbuster films? WTH, what the hell? Someone please explain this to me. She's an expert. She's an expert witness. She came onto this trial to be someone who knows about the industry, knows about the stars, knows about all this stuff, contracts and whatever. Okay, I know she's getting paid to do her stuff, to be a consultant, to also be a expert witness at this trial. But how's this woman out here doing the damn thing and she can't even, she doesn't even know Star Trek. She doesn't know any of the other movies that other people have been in. She just kind of randomly picks some faces and names of other superstars. By the way, superstars, mind you, and then try to compare that to Amber Heard's career. Let me say something really quick. You got somebody, okay? And, no disrespect to her and what she does. Well, actually, I am kind of throwing some shade on her, but F it, okay? But if you're going to go in there and be an expert witness, okay? You're going in there, you're becoming an expert witness, you're doing your thing. You use these people's names for an example. These are the worst names you could be picking. These are the worst names you could be comparing Amber Heard to. Why, you may ask? Look, okay, let me break it down to y'all real quick. Let's use Gal Gadot for an example. And this is exactly what I think that the lawyer, I don't know the guy's name on Team Depp's side, but I think this is what he was trying to pertain to in the very beginning. And then then he lost me. Later on, I was like, I'm bored. I'm tired of hearing this ish. I don't want to hear it anymore. I got bored later, but here it is. He's going, look at Gal Gadot. He's talking about the trajectory of her career. She was in a bunch of Fast and Furious movies, all that stuff. Then she becomes Wonder Woman, one of the biggest female superheroes ever to grace a comic book, period. Right? Big DC comic book hero, Wonder Woman. So you got somebody who's doing that and looking at Wonder Woman, and it's all about looking at her and then comparing that to AH and her career. Mira, let me just be real. Huh? Okay, you're comparing Amber Heard's Mira to Wonder Woman. There's been movies made way before Gal Gadot ever donned the superhero outfit. A huge 70s movie, TV show. so on and so forth, right? Cartoons made by about Wonder Woman. Okay. Then you go over to Amber Heard's Mira. No offense, somebody else who's maybe a better actress or something like that, that has more of that star appeal, that it factor, could probably rock the hell out of Mira to the point where there would be a spin-off movie for the character of Mira. But we're talking about Amber Heard here. What other movies has she done that was like, yo, that Amber Heard though? Yo, that Amber Heard though, incredible. Let's get her a bigger name. Let's get her a bigger franchise. F it. Let's make her play, I don't know, the female Hulk or something like that. I know somebody else is playing the female Hulk, but you know what I'm saying. Give her something else more iconic. And I know that's lack of a better example, but you know what I'm saying, of a hero, a superhero, maybe Batwoman, Batgirl, something like that. You know what I mean? Give her some other character that has a little bit more of a stage presence. A little bit more light is shed on that particular character that she can, it'll be just fine doing its own spin-off franchise. But she's playing Mira. That's it. No disrespect to Mira. I guarantee you if it was done with somebody else, it might be a different world. But it's Mira against Jason Momoa, who's playing Aquaman. The movie's called Aquaman. It ain't called Mira. So, of course, she's not getting the 16 million, whatever Jason Momoa got for the first and second film, whatever it may be. He's the bigger star. He's the bigger name. Amber Heard is still somebody who is just trying to climb the ranks and get her name out there. Let's be straight funky, y'all. She is not this superstar. Even when she did Aquaman 1, did her career really change that much? Did it? Even though it was one of the biggest DC comic movies out there, over $1 billion and all that, people were sitting there going, damn, that Amber Heard though, Mira. No, everyone was like, yo, Jason Momoa's a great Aquaman. He's killing it as Aquaman. And of course, the girls are liking him wet. So there you go. Mission accomplished, baby. She has nothing to do with this. But of course, that woman, I forgot her name, goes up and tries to say that Jason Momoa wanted to keep her on the film. He fought to keep her on the film. And that is a rumor. That was a rumor that was circulating around quite a bit, saying that he was trying to keep her on. But then clearly, as this trial has gone on, it seems like he wants nothing to do with her. Real talk. Okay? Rick Fisher, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, thank you so much for your support, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. But you got somebody who's out here. That's Aquaman, okay? She's Mira. And I'm not saying that she doesn't have anything big. It's not a big role, but she wasn't written as a big role. She's just kind of there. So when they said it's about chemistry and all that, like, watch Aquaman again. Do me a solid, y'all, and just watch Aquaman again. Take the time and watch it. And you tell me if there's actual chemistry on that screen between Jason Momoa and Amber Heard. She's barely in it. To me, she's barely in it. But then this woman is sitting here comparing all these other stars. Let me just say, let me point out, I forgot her name, but she's in the sequel to Blade Runner. She was in James Bond. She's also in Deep Water. You know, she's in a bunch of stuff. This girl's all over the place. I forgot her name. Very beautiful girl. And here's the thing. She's got talent. she's got this je ne sais quoi. She's got this it factor that gets people stuck to watching her on the screen. She's a beautiful woman. I'm sure she didn't chop anybody's fingers off either. But regardless, it's a very talented woman doing her thing. And she's a good actress. She's actually a good actress. But that's what I think that guy was trying to say. That lawyer, Team Depp's lawyer, was trying to do, was basically try to say, like, she doesn't have the talent like these women that girl, the movie expert, is pointing out. Let me just say Gal Gadot for a second too. Fast and Furious franchise, all that stuff. That woman's beautiful. And she's got that charisma. She's got this it factor. She grabs your attention. Clearly, thank you guys. Thank you. Ana de Armas. Okay? Beautiful woman. You know, Ana de Armas. And can act. You got Gal Gadot. Same thing. Stunning. Perfect. Flawless. When she gets on the screen, everybody wants to watch. She's got that it factor. Of course, she's playing Wonder Woman. When was the last time that you saw an Amber Heard movie where she is basically the vehicle? She's driving that damn movie. Don't worry, I'll wait. Everything else has been like a bit part here or a smaller part there. She is the lead. She is standing next to Nick Cage in a crappy movie called Drive Angry. You see what I'm saying? She's doing all these other movies where she is just a small part. You know, the cute blonde hair, blue-eyed girl, you know, oh, she's hot. Let's put her in. She's the eye candy for 2 seconds. So she's on there and then she's gone. She's not doing huge movies where she's the vehicle. She's not doing Johnny Depp stuff. So why would this woman, this expert, come up to the stand and try to compare these two, all these people? She used Chris Pine up in this biznai. She used Ben Affleck. What? I'm sorry. And then she goes, "Oh yeah, we're talking about that Star is Born moment. This was going to be her Star is Born moment." Really? You sure about that? She did all right. Plenty of other movie stars out here. Plenty of other actors that are in the same category as her that have much more under their belt as far as career-wise, as far as the work that they've done, that would act circles around this woman. And she's expecting to be walking in making 15 to $20 million a movie after doing one movie. Sure. Her price tag would have gone up a little bit, but not 15, 20 mil. That's insane. So this woman who's comparing all these things to all these other actors who have been in the game for decades. Chris Pine has been in the movies for decades. Decades, y'all. You got to be kidding me trying to compare. You got a woman who's got, she's got some movies under her belt. Amber Heard does. But a lot of it's all these smaller films that no one's sitting there going, "Oh yeah." You know? "Oh, we got to get that Amber Heard. She's incredible." No. Almost forgettable. Speaking of forgettable, even this expert didn't even know not one damn movie. He's like, "Have you seen this movie?" "No." "I mean, I know of it, but I don't really remember it." Okay. So you're supposed to be a movie file. You're supposed to be a cinephile up in this piece. You're supposed to know the business in and out, and you don't even know the movies that you're talking about, of the actors that you're talking about that are in. Chris Pine is in Star Trek. You'd never seen not one stitch of Star Trek. Like, you can't be an expert and not. It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to me, y'all. So that's why I put out that tweet, because it just isn't working for me. And then we listened to the rest of it for 2 hours of them just talking about these movies. And I get what he was trying to say, which is like, did you really think that all of this stuff, all these opportunities didn't present itself for her because of what Where's Waldo and Johnny Depp may or may not have put out on social media? And solely because of that, Amber Heard hasn't been able to work since those tweets. That doesn't make sense. She was still working on Aquaman. She still had a whole bunch of other stuff going on. Let's not forget, we also had a little pandemic time where all of us were locked up. We couldn't do not a damn thing. I found myself in this purple ass room. So it doesn't make sense to me that this woman would come up and actually say that she's actually a quote unquote expert when she knows nothing about the industry. Nothing. I am so happy that tomorrow they only have 4 more hours and then we don't have to deal with any of this BS no more. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't know how long I could take. I don't know how much I could take of their witnesses that keep coming up to testify that don't even know the industry in which they're in. It's what was it? Where is it? Where was it? I just had something, now it's gone. Somebody just said that this expert, Betty Boop just said the expert is not credible. Exactly. Like I said, a huge waste of not saying a huge waste of a day, but Amber Heard's team is just floundering. And I don't know why they haven't just said, you know what, we throw in the towel. We're done. Like, just wrap it up. Can we just do closings? Can we do our closing statements and be done? Can we just kick rocks, please? Because I am just not feeling it. I am just not feeling it, y'all. Wow. That was so bad. I mean, it was entertaining. I'll tell you what. It was entertaining as hell. And I can't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow, that's the other thing though too. They don't know if Johnny Depp is actually going to even get back up on the stand again. He might not go on the stand again. They only have 4 more hours. That's it. A little over 4 hours, sorry. But that's all they got. So God knows who else they're bringing in. And when they bring them in, are they going to be sitting there chopping it up with this person for 17 hours? If they really want to bring Johnny Depp on the stand, they're going to have to make sure he gets out first and make that cross fast. Make that cross fast. Ask him the questions and kick rocks. What are the, hey, bap. Make sure there's no objections, no going up to the freaking stand to talk to the judge going, hi, how you doing? You see Ally McBeal last night? That was crazy. They need to cut all that BS out, ask some clean questions, get the questions that you need answered from Johnny Depp, and kick rocks. You got a little over 4 hours. So they got tomorrow morning, basically, until lunchtime. And then it's all Johnny Depp after that. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens here tomorrow. Not one person. I mean, she came in. She was all right. She was cool. But so far, no one's come up as an actual expert witness. Really. All of them fell on their face. Smeagol he just melted. He just melted away. He just disappeared, yo. My process. Like he kind of melted. I don't know what happened. I saw something on Twitter that was just absolutely amazing. I need to find it again, though. Oh, my God. I need to find it again, though. 1 second. Oh boy. But yeah, y'all. I just that was extremely, extremely disturbing. There is a video, man. I'm gonna have to find it another time. I have a feeling. But it's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But there you guys have it, y'all. Quick plug. You know what I'm saying? We got this new merch. All right. I'm going to show you guys the prints real quick. Here's one of them. You know, a little poop gate with Boo doing a little boo-boo. We got Amber Who as well. And we have this brand new one from today, you know, inspired by her clothing from today. You know what I mean? You know, some KFC it's not finger licking good. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. She inspired me. I'm gonna be real. She was very inspiring today. Very, very inspiring. Okay. So the link is posted or pinned to the top of the chat right now. So please go and check it out. Go check out my merch store. We got some new prints. We're starting to get those things out. It's, you know, we're getting close. We're getting to some warmer weather. So I'm sure you guys are going to want to wear some t-shirts and some tanks and all that, and, you know, wear something kind of fun and funny for, you know, a couple times during a cookout and have a good conversation piece on your chest. You know what I'm saying? So definitely go check that out. Please support this channel. It would be greatly, greatly appreciated. All right. But I got a couple things I'm going to be talking with you guys about tonight. So be sure to be on, because there were some things I missed over this weekend. I was very, very busy. Had a lot of family stuff going on this weekend. But I am back. I'm going to be on tonight to chop it up with you guys then, because there's plenty of stuff to chop it up about. So be sure to tune in tonight. I should be on around, I'm going to say around 7:30 Central Standard Time. I just need a little bit of time to just kind of chill, get some time off. But then I will be back on to chop it up with you guys, because there's still some more developing news revolving this trial. And I'm really looking forward to chopping it up with you guys and having a good laugh, because there's some stuff. Allegedly, she's getting kicked out of Aquaman. That's something that I heard over the weekend that I didn't really get a chance to chop it up with you guys about. So we're going to be looking at that and talking about that as well, and getting down to the nitty gritty about all that. Okay. So anyway, guys, it is time to get going. I appreciate all y'all for being a part of this whole crazy excursion today. We're going to be doing it again tomorrow morning. And so if you want to, and you enjoyed my commentary and you enjoyed watching it with me, come back on. Be sure, again, hit that like button down below real quick. That would be really, really appreciated. All right. Hit that like button down below. All right. Send it past 1K before the end of the show. I'd really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't done that yet. Hit that subscribe button. Of course, I have my join button, my membership. Please click on that. A lot of you guys are starting to jump on there and show some support. I really do appreciate it. And of course, I got my Patreon. Join my Patreon, patreon.com/thepascalshow. And I got that Cash App too. It's on the ticker down below. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. I appreciate you. I'm now feeling like Dr. Spiegel, just, you know what I'm saying? Nasty. That dude was nasty. Anyway, I appreciate all y'all. I'll see you guys in a couple hours, okay? Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. And I'll see you guys around 7:30 Central Standard Time. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.